I'm here. I'm just setting up my laptop so I can read your comments. Happy Sunday. We're gonna do our usual veggie prep, and we're gonna make a fish soup, I think, or a fish chowder, or a fish something. 2 weeks ago I went to H Mart and I got this. I know everything's backwards. It's still mirror image, sorry. But this says frozen trimmed monkfish. I'm reading that backwards, by the way, on my phone, so I know you can too. I believe in you. And I was under the impression that this 2.5 pound box was like $7 or $8. But then when I got to the counter and the register pulled up like $12.99, I was like, is this on sale? And the cashier lady was like, I don't know. And I was like, fuck it, let's just buy it. Because at that point I had been carrying this around the store for like a whole hour. And just between it being out of the freezer for an hour and me hauling it with me for an hour and already at the checkout with it, I was like, whatever. This is a sign of the new chapter of June where she will just eat up whatever outrageous price tag she was not prepared for instead of putting it back. So welcome me and welcome you to this Sunday. It is going to be a fishy Sunday. I unfortunately did not defrost this ahead of time, so what I think I'm gonna do is break open the package. I've been waiting for you to do that with me, and we'll submerge this. I think it's vacuum sealed inside. We'll submerge it in water and hopefully help it defrost a little bit, so by the time we're ready to cook the fish stew, soup, sludge, mush, it won't be completely frozen. So let's go ahead and do that, and then I can wash veggies and tell you about how my face is breaking out and how I went to a protest yesterday and my thoughts about that. The TLDR of my thoughts going to that protest is, it ain't enough. This ain't it, doc. We are past protest now. Protests have become fully detaloned, declawed, and dare I say useless. But here we go. This is, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of filet? 8 pieces of filet. So this was approximately $1.75 per filet, which is honestly not that bad because if you buy a can of tuna, it's $1 on a sale price. So this is no cheaper or more expensive than canned tuna. However, I will say this is raw, so I would still have to prep it. So I guess it is technically more expensive than canned tuna because canned tuna has the convenience price of having already been cooked for you and packed ready to eat. So factoring labor into it, who knows? Who knows what's worth it anymore in this life and what's not? And if you know, you should let us all know, because I'm lost. Okay. My computer's telling me I'm entering the wrong password. Oh, we got that solved. All right, we're gonna move on to washing our veggies. I got a bunch of, from the farmer's market, they call this baby celery. It looked exactly like parsley, but it actually smells like celery. So here you are, the most baby of celeries. And I also got a bunch of baby kale. And because I went to the farmer's market late this week, instead of $4 a bunch, I got 2 bunches for $6. So I got 30 33% discount, which is amazing. Sometimes it pays to be late, huh? Okay. I'm looking for a vessel to defrost our fish in. Will it fit? No, it will not. But we shall persist on it anyway. I have never cooked monkfish before. I have no idea what it tastes like. I know that once at a Japanese restaurant, Aaron ordered monkfish liver and he loved it, but I have no idea what the fish looks like. Apparently, it's a really ugly fish, but the photo on the box made it look very nicely tender. So, we know this is possible, but we also know that this is very beautifully presented to make you think you can make the whole thing like that, but maybe you can't. This tells me that there's 4 servings per container, with each serving weighing in at about 10 ounces or 280 grams, giving you a total calorie per serving of 180 with 39 grams of protein. So I guess each serving they're counting as 2 fillets. I did not take my vitamins today except my B vitamin because I have to take it with food, and I had like a little matcha oat drink. But I'm waiting for more food intake to take my vitamins, so thank you for the reminder. I hope to get to it soon, but I'm gonna pull up your chat first, and we'll get started on cooking first. Hello, Northern California. Hello, Sunday Scary Crowd. Yes, very too bad not individually packed. I had hoped that it would, but it's not, which is fine because that means there's less plastic. I wanted to ask if anyone felt particularly more anxious this week than other previous weeks. Does it feel abnormally stressy for you, or is it just me? I highly suspect that my facial breakouts and timing is probably related to my menstrual cycle, so that could just be like a PMS kind of anxiety kicking in, but I feel like I've reached a very burnout moment this week. Work, personal, body, mental, but maybe it's just the general world. Who knows anymore? We are definitely going to finish my last piece of sweet potato bread. I baked this batch of sweet potato bread before Grandma passed away. So it has been a while. She passed away in first week of January, basically. I probably baked this somewhere in December. So this is, I've been eating through it this week. We have one more piece, and then we can bid that adieu. Okay, we got some astrology coming in. Let's read it. Noah is making tofu veggie stir fry roasted sweet potatoes right now. Sounds great. It is almost 60 degrees here right now in New York. I really wanted to turn on the oven today because I wanted to make a cornbread with a spice that's yet to be released. It's going to be in the May box of Spice Club. So I can't tell you what it is yet because it's supposed to be a surprise. But I also wanted to turn on the oven because yesterday, after the protest, I was walking in the Upper West Side of New York, and I found this street vendor selling vegetables and fruit. And these ginormous Brussels sprouts, guys, the size of my palm. So I got a bag of ginormous Brussels sprouts for $3, which I honestly thought was a great price. This is just insane. I don't know how this is possible, but it is. So I really wanted to roast those, but maybe instead of roasting them, I can slice them up today and we can stir fry them throughout the week. Because I don't think we're gonna get colder much sooner. I hope I get to eat all of these veggies this week. The problem with cutting up Brussels sprouts is that they stink. They stink. So I mean, they stink right now, just soaking in the water, which is outrageous. option if that fish doesn't defrost is we just end up cooking all 2.5 pounds of it in the Instant Pot. I did not know there was an eclipse. There was an eclipse? I am so out of everything. In Alberta, it's negative 19. Wow. That, yes. You deserve all of the warm potatoes. We're gonna let that baby kale just sit in the sink, in the water for a little bit. And I'm gonna clean up my counter so we can have more prep space. And by cleaning up, I just mean moving my mess from one spot to another. And we'll start cutting our Brussels sprouts. Yeah? Okay, so I guess we're ready for story time, or at least I am. Wow, I didn't even notice. I just checked out my reflection in the video feedback. I did not even notice this shirt had side panels, and I've had it for over a decade, I think. Damn, okay. Anyway, story time is yesterday. There was quite a few protests being mobilized at the same time to demand the release of Mahmoud Khalil, which, if you're not up to date on that news, he is a student at Columbia University who just got detained by ICE, and he was taken from right outside his apartment in the presence of his wife, who is more than 8 months pregnant now with their child. And he was taken by these ununiformed officers and currently still under ICE detention. I think the latest is he's at a facility in Louisiana. He was taken from New York to New Jersey. His lawyers were on it within hours. However, the tracker, the ICE detention tracker, was not updating, probably either incompetence or maliciousness or both. And so they filed for the case to take place in New York because the tracker was showing him in New York, but it turns out he was already in New Jersey at the time they filed it, so it was invalid. And now he's in Louisiana. So anyway, the bureaucratic runaround is wild. They detain him because obviously they're trying to pin terrorist charges on him for being pro-Palestine. And he had actually asked Columbia University to protect him the day before his arrest. And so we now know that these universities really are just extensions of the cop and military industrial complex. And they are not protectors. Universities are just like HR. They exist to deepen the pockets of profit, yada, yada, yada. You know the rest. I don't have to give you even more propaganda. But it's pretty worrying because now everybody's like, what are you allowed to say? What is free speech? Blah, blah, blah. I went to this protest yesterday that was in New York. It started out around Times Square area. They convened outside the Army Recruitment Office on 43rd and Broadway. And what I found interesting was before the march, there's usually a few speakers, just reminding everyone what the rallying call is, why they're there, what we hope to achieve. And in quite a few of the speeches, I arrived late, maybe 15 minutes later than the start time. But I heard at least 2 speeches specifically naming the Trump administration over and over again as like the nemesis, the persons responsible for this quite illegal arrest and detention of Mahmoud Khalil. I don't disagree that it is the Trump administration carrying out these arrests. But what I do find problematic is the fact that we are naming the Trump administration as if any other administration would not have done this. We simply don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is that the U.S. has a track record of military intervention abroad and also killing its own citizens due to political dissidents. So I don't know if it's really that helpful to keep perpetuating this narrative of this is all Trump's fault. Yes, Trump is awful. Those of you who mistake me for being a Trump supporter simply because I say he's not the worst, or simply because he's not the only bad person, you are mistaken. I just want us to kind of connect the dots a little bit more than what is easiest to understand. It is really, really easy to think that there's one bad man, and if we got rid of him, we would fix everything that's wrong with the world. That's just way too simple. I also don't know if all congressional members will be open to us calling and writing. I did that for a few months with Chuck Schumer, other representatives that I'm a constituent of, Grace Mung, she's my district lead. They are deeply, deeply involved with AIPAC. They have been pro-Israel for, in Schumer's case, decades. He even wrote a book on the proliferation of anti-Semitism recently, as the genocide in Palestine continues. So I have been thinking, and I don't have the answers, guys, okay? Like, don't, before you attack me, okay? You keep doing what feels right to you, because I think doing something is always better than doing nothing if you have the resources, you know, mental, psychological, emotional, spiritual, financial, to do something, because that keeps us alive. However, as someone who doesn't have as much energy anymore, I went to yesterday's protests mostly not because I think it's going to do anything in terms of actually freeing Mahmoud Khalil, but because I wanted to observe the political climate of the participants, how much police presence there is. There wasn't very much, which immediately clued me into how useless this protest would be, because if they thought it would be anything at all, they would have sent way more police officers than just the handful that I saw. There is no threat to the status quo if there are no police officers present. So I want to understand what is worth doing and what is just playing into their predictable hand. They have allowed us to express dissent up until a certain point, at which it is unacceptable to express dissent, and at which point we will become, in material reality, punished. Arrested, sentenced, deported, disappeared. All of these fear tactics that are running amok in both work organizations and academic institutions apply to both students and faculty of different immigration statuses. All along this march yesterday, which was very short, it lasted less than 2 hours, the shortest march I've ever attended in New York City. All along this march, I could not get it out of my head, like this like desire to just start smashing storefront windows. Keep in mind, we were in the Midtown area, very commercialized, very wealthy area. You know, Times Square, like the heart and soul of commercialism and consumeristic capitalistic empire. And I was just like, man, this ain't enough. Marching the same shit, chanting the same shit, and I agree with some shit and I disagree with some shit. In fact, one of the phrases that I stopped joining in the call out for is no justice, no peace, which if you attended any BLM march in 2020, you would remember that was a integral chant in those marches. No justice, no peace. And as we were marching yesterday, I was just like, they haven't given us justice. It doesn't exist. And what exactly are we threatening here? It's empty, right? To say something like no justice, no peace, but we're not giving them no peace. We're giving them actually very much peace. It's very expected. There were tourists taking videos of us, because again, keep in mind, this was Times Square, tourist center. There were tourists smiling, taking pictures and video of these protesters going down the street. And I was like, we're just a spectacle now. Like, this is useless. This is actually commercial for New York City. Still trying to upkeep its image of like the epicenter of freedom and democracy and you know, immigration and welcoming immigrants and thoughts and multiculturalism. At what point do we actually mean to give them no peace because there's no justice? Like, it's empty, right? And I feel like the more we say empty phrases like that without carrying through, the more debilitating it becomes as a culture. What does it mean to participate in something that does not actually manifest? So yeah, the Trump administration is definitely the administration currently in charge, currently doing all of this stupid shit, currently arresting people illegally, currently just bypassing all sorts of legal systems. And my mother, before she passed away, was like, obviously not on the same page as I am politically. And she insisted that, you know, in all of its weaknesses, at least America has freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of thought. That's currently not true anymore. And she also said that, you know, the US government has a three-party, like a gosh, what's the word? legislative, judicial, executive, 3 branches for checks and balances. And if that's true, let's just say that that is true. Let's just say that we still do have a functional checks and balances system. What does it mean that Trump is doing all of this, that the Trump administration is doing all of this without timely checks and balances? You know? Even if it were to come back in a year or 2 years and say, you arrested Mahmoud Khalil illegally, the damage has already been done. His wife is like pregnant. The amount of stress that she must be undergoing watching her husband just disappear like that, that's going to get passed down to the child. The same thing that's happening in Palestine. It's not just the people who are already dead, it's also the people who are dying. It's also the kids who survived, who witnessed all of this. It will change you. Even us who have not lived through the genocide ourselves, who have just seen pictures and maybe videos of the horrors going on, heard stories, we're fucking traumatized too. And so checks and balances technically exists, but does it functionally exist? Are we functionally in a democracy? And let's just say that we are. Let's just say that this is still a democracy. What if we just haven't come to the fact of gripping the reality that this is our democracy? That like the people have participated, that there actually is no fascism without the implicit consent of the people in a democracy, and that the incoming wave of fascist techniques, methods, and tactics are being done point blank right in front of us. And we, the people of the democracy, are just simply not participating in intervening. We get what we deserve, in a sense, and maybe this is what we deserve. Maybe you can't expect to have a democracy without putting in the work, and we haven't been putting in the work. I'm not saying all of us. Obviously, there are some people who always try harder than others, but overwhelmingly, and I'm not trying to place blame, I'm just trying to like diagnose what I see and what seems to be the evidence of words versus actions. And we can't just keep blaming one villain for fucking it all up. If things are fucked up, there's more than one element at play here. So if the reality is that we're not capable of running a democracy that is ideally what we think of when we think of a democracy, then maybe democracy is a failure, just like communism was a failure in the communist countries. We keep thinking that we can have all these nice things in theory until we have to practice it, and then we find out just how de facto lazy we are, because it's not sustainable for us to be able to concentrate on manufacturing and upkeeping a political system that has all of these ideals in place without us also burning out and relegating that priority into a not priority. We become priorities of the state only when we make a noise. And so when we grow lazy and non-participatory, the state does not prioritize us, right? Like the loudest baby bird gets fed first. So, gosh, this is really aggravating. I don't know if you can hear this, but somebody's honking incessantly. And this happens almost every day on my street corner. And I think this is kind of like a metaphor, or not even a metaphor, but just like an example of how people don't actually problem solve. They just honk at each other. And I'm doing the same thing, right? By kind of bitching and ranting about this. But I think this is just me trying to process things out loud so that I can like make more sense of it and solidify it in my mind. I'm truly not trying to blame anyone. I've run out of energy to blame, and I see that it's not really productive to blame. But this is what I've been observing. In a sense, it may seem like surrendering and giving up and tapping out on the surface, but I think more deeply there's a kind of like merging of realities in my brain right now where I'm like, oh, I have been in delusion this whole time. I have been believing in the fantasy that we could be a democracy if we just tried harder. But maybe what I have not taken into account is just the pure evidence I've been met with in both romantic relationship navigation and workplace labor union organization and response to a genocide unfolding in front of our face. All of this evidence suggesting, because I don't know yet, but it seems to suggest to me that we are not capable of the level of problem solving that I thought we might be capable of. And that's not an excuse to like not participate at all, but that is a part of like being realistic about what's possible. Because if we keep reaching for the moon, and the moon is not really possible to reach currently with our skill set, then we will always just be met with defeat. And defeat after defeat after defeat will demoralize us and will, enervate us and will make us lose motivation and focus and purpose. And so part of this is just like coming to grips first with what is actually possible and doing that rather than saying I'm gonna go from this truly out of shape person to like world champion bodybuilder. Because that's just not possible as like a 1-2 step. That's like a 1 to 200 step program that might take you, 7-8 years at least to even feel confident enough to keep progressing towards that goal. We want things now and we want things fast, especially when we see people dying like that. Especially when we see our neighbors getting punished for saying what we think is truthful, honest observations of the world. But sometimes that just isn't possible. But anyway, we have prepped all of our Brussels sprouts into shreds. So I can begin cooking that, or I can set it aside, I guess, for now and focus on our fish. Or read your comments and see if I've been canceled yet. My house is gonna smell so bad between the fish and the Brussels sprouts and the kale. Gonna read your comments for a little bit. Yes, this is my hug from mom. I have been wearing it all week long, so to all the astute haters who tell me I wear the same thing every day, you are right. And I wore it because I just tore massive holes in it this week. I did not even see it happening. And I thought, what a perfect metaphor for just observing the realities of our world. It also feels apt for my body too. Like I went from fine to not great and fraying at just the barest to holes. Gaping holes that I likely will not repair and just keep wearing until it's totally shredded and gone. Which is fine. We just have to accept that this is the state that this piece of clothing is in. We have to prepare ourselves that it will eventually meet its ultimate functional demise. And, I found plenty of pieces in mom's wardrobe that had holes much bigger than this in her armpits and everywhere. And I guess she was still wearing it because it was still in her, like, cleans drawers. And ultimately, if it gets to that state, then we decide if we want to keep it or not. Knowing history and seeing where it went, and then deciding if we want to repeat that history for ourselves. It's no better and no worse. It's just a decision. And you don't have control over all the decisions, but some decisions you do. And so when you are met with a decision that is available to you, what do you choose to do, knowing what you know? I think that's where we are all at right now. My uncle in Beijing just Skyped me, and I just sent him a photo of Memo in the sunlight, and he was like, oh, he looks great, gorgeous, enjoying the sun, how are you? And then the next text from him, without even like any prompting from my updates of my feelings on political shit, he was just like, do not participate in political activities, the US sounds like it's going crazy, like, focus on your health and safety. And at a certain point, I felt this surge of anger and resistance towards reading that statement from him, because I was just like, yeah, and that's what people did previously in other periods of history where we have seen where non-action landed us in, right? So that's all. I don't think we all have to go out searching for what to do, but I think the trouble will come knocking at our door sooner or later. Literally, in the case of Mahmoud. But, I think we have role models and examples of the different choices that people made and the consequences that were dealt to them for the choices that they made. And I think we all have more or less enough information to know what is likely, not always, definitely, but what is likely to happen. And it's just up to us to make that choice. And I'm no longer in a place where I want to keep blaming other people for choosing the wrong choice, because I feel like we will just keep repeating being human. Like, we are human, we're not God. There are limitations to our so-called progress. And we will all choose, and we will all keep choosing differently, and in a really perverse, unsatisfactory, tortured way. Maybe that is just what nature intends, and that is not within our control. And I know I have friends who will argue with me on that, just the agency. But words versus actions. What is the reality that we are seeing? Eliza said, it's really sad. Colombia really had a chance to take a stand out, but understandably acted out of self-preservation. Colombia has a history of doing this. I just posted a story. Actually, Aaron posted this first, and then I kind of like stole it from him, but it's on Instagram. 1934, 1936, sometime around there, I don't remember when, but Colombia like expelled a student for making an anti-Nazi speech. And then 3 decades later, during Vietnam, they expelled students for speaking out against the war in Vietnam. And now during a genocide in Palestine, they're expelling students and handing them over to ICE. Like, that's the institution of Colombia. They don't really have a chance to stand out because that's in their DNA. And what is the DNA of the United States? Literally a country founded on genocide and rape and slavery. All of these institutions that we have are built out of perverse degrees of exploitation, to the point where we had to justify the exploitation by saying a whole people were not human, and that's why we were allowed to do what we were allowed to do, because they're not human, so what do you care? This is the same kind of mentality that we have now towards our environment, right? They're not human, we can do whatever we want with them. It's just like raping the land gives way to raping the people, gives way to killing the animals, gives way to killing the people by saying they're animals. If you don't treat anything with respect, then you won't have respect left. So it's kind of like a internal imperialism of who's worth what, what's worth what, is everything worthy. And once you start to evaluate the tiers and hierarchies of worthiness of everything, not just humans, but everything that exists, it becomes a slippery slope when it gets applied to humans as well. Because if you can manipulate it, it becomes a thing. Even if it were a person to begin with, if you can manipulate it, it becomes a thing. And that's why we kind of like constructed race and gender and religion to then classify people under those things, right? We become collections of those things. I'm Asian and I'm a woman and blah blah blah, and then that becomes justification for stuff that happens to me. So tools, we invented these things as tools, and then the tools become weapons of mass destruction, both seen and unseen, depending on how much you want to see and how much you want to understand. The same thing is happening with AI. I'm connecting a lot of dots here. It makes sense in my brain, maybe it doesn't make sense in yours, but AI, a tool, a truly fantastic tool that everyone oohing and gawing over, and it's just like, at what point does it become a weapon? And it already has. They are already using AI to conduct warfare. So is calling your reps and senators doing anything is my question. Because I know in the case of Chuck Schumer, it ain't gonna do shit. So I think it depends on who your representative is. I'm not writing off all of them, but I do think you have to like recognize where your efforts are being thrown at. I don't think Chuck Schumer is someone who can be moved to suddenly oppose Israel. And yeah, it does sound like mainland China, you know? The country that my parents left. Which is why I'm saying it's not really about one villain. It might just be human. The ups and downs of the cycles of progress. It's like educational modeling of the spiral curriculum. You know, you learn the same themes in more advanced terminology and conceptualizations over and over again. And it's the same thing with progress. It's like we are spiraling upwards, but we're not really transcending the foundational themes of being a human. We will, in other words, never really quite surpass our humanity, which might not have ever been better than animals. Worse, because we have more tools to do the most naturally perverse things, like murder and rape. I guess that happens in the animal kingdom, right? Just, you know, you have to kill to eat something. But we now have tools to like kill, not just to eat, but like kill for profit, which is like this totally abstract thing that doesn't really guarantee you fulfillment and sustenance in the moment. We are being driven by our anxiety and insecurity of securing life forever, to the point where we must exert our influence to conduct as much death as possible, to store up this symbol for life, which is now capital. We think having enough money will keep us from dying. We think if we have enough money and power, we can buy all the things we need to stay alive forever and young forever. And yeah, you do. Like if you have money, you can get plastic surgery now that makes you in your 60s look like you're in your 30s. you know? So to a certain point, yes, but to what point does it end? So my question is, what is a life worth? And I think I posted this on Instagram too. It's just like, I don't think I really need to answer that. It's more there just as a checking question. What is a life worth? At what point do you insist on living at what cost? And at what point are you really just feeding into your inner demons and fears and anxieties instead of actually tackling the aggressor that is material and real? Because I think a lot of us have been instructed in so many various ways to believe in boogeyman everywhere. And that's why we're so miserable all the time. We're always scared now, whether or not we have an actual threat in front of us. And it's exhausting. Okay, Andrea is offering, what if we are energies co-creating this travel on the planet? Yeah, I believe it. That's why I'm not really like as stressed out as I was, because at a certain point I was like, all right, I'm gonna die when I'm gonna die. That's what I have to confront first. That's what I have to make peace first before I can proceed. Because if I'm operating under this mostly unconscious feeling of I can't die, I gotta stay alive, how do I stay alive? That is driving a blinding form of anxiety that disallows me to see a lot of things. So if I pull the focus back away from just fearing that I'm gonna die all the time, then I will be allowed to invest my energies into seeing other things. So I will die when I die. Could be today, could be 20 years from now, could be 40 years from now, if I'm lucky. God, I hope it's not 60 years from now, because I don't want to be my grandmother. But who knows? And so training myself to take away that like second nature fearing instinct is maybe the thing that will make me the most happiest ever. And it's all happening mentally. So this is all part of me getting crazier, because it's all reality happening inside my own head. It's obviously not really influenced by the outside world anymore. So maybe this is just us traveling through time and space as chaos picks up, entering a more communally schizophrenic stage of existence. And Karen, I don't really disagree with you when you say if enough of us call or write them, I have to believe it will make a difference. I believe that too. That's what democracy is. However, another part of that reality is a lot of people are not calling, and it's not coordinated. These efforts are not coordinated enough. I'm not saying we're not doing our best, but I'm saying as we're doing our best, it's not enough to change the direction that we're heading in. So at a certain point, there has to be like a grappling of, we're doing this, we're trying, it's not working. What do we do? It's kind of like the Titanic sinking, right? Some of us will realize the iceberg later than others, and some of them will realize it only when the ship is like flooding. And some people will just die on board, and some people will have a lifeboat out, and some people will get in the lifeboat and still die. You know, it's just like so many variables. So there's really no prediction of what the happy best case scenario is. When you just have a natural disaster, you just have a natural disaster. And that's kind of like my more fatalistic philosophy kicking in, which if I like metacognitize myself, could just be a self-defense mechanism to like protect my psyche from completely being crushed by the unbearable awfulness of everything. But that's just where I'm at. It doesn't have to be where you're at. You're more than welcome to disagree. I hope you do. Because we need this diversity of belief to be a democracy at the end of the day. So all I'm hoping to do is to keep fanning some oxygen into the fire to keep it alive. And maybe one day we'll learn how to harness that fire in a more productive direction. But I guess for now, once we have the fire, we might as well keep it alive. I don't know. I don't disagree. I do disagree, actually, with the we versus they mentality. I think that will still cause us to lose. And it will cause us to lose because setting up a polarity like that means that there will always be a winner and a loser with a we versus them. And I don't think it's the wrong thing to do, but I think maybe it's just a fact of life that like there is this polarity of winners and losers, and maybe part of my fantasy and unreality is that I want to work towards a non-oppositional dynamic, which doesn't exist, right? A dynamic will always involve die, too. All the vegetables are prepped. I guess the easiest thing to do would be to Instant Pot this fish. Because it's frozen. I think we should stir fry some onions in here. So I still have to do veggie prep. I have no idea why I cleared that cutting board. That was dumb of me. Hate to break it to you, but AOC is just better at pretending than Schumer is. Schumer's old. He's got institution already firmly on his side. He's not worried about losing his paycheck and mansion and shit like that. AOC is young. She's still working for her money, so she has to like play both sides and make it viable for her long-term politician career. But during the height of broadcast on the genocide, AOC is not pro-Palestine. No politician who wants to survive in Washington, D.C. can possibly come out as pro-Palestine. Even Bernie. I'm not saying there's degrees of I'm not saying that there's not degrees of like levels and tiers of outrightly being evil, if we want to use that terminology just to keep it simple, but AOC has blood on her hands too. It just comes with being in DC. That's all. I wish it weren't true, but I cannot deny what I've seen. I really wish it weren't true, but the moment that Bernie refused to call out what Israel was doing and still say things that politicians were saying, like Israel has a right to defend herself, I was like, okay, gotcha. Santa never existed. It's not even that Santa is dead. It's just Santa doesn't exist. Never existed. Got it. Understood. Guys, look at my revelation this week. My little meditation bowl. Oh. It's full, so it doesn't echo for you. But the Faye yogurt container fits it. Like a dust guard. Anyway, that brought me great joy. I made some chili oil. I kind of burnt it a little bit. But I think we can use some of the oil in here for stir frying. Because it is very toasty and flavorful. And I think the smokiness can assist in the fishiness quality a little bit. But I'm trying to just get the oil out without too much of the burnt peppers. Smells good too. My oil was just a wee bit hot. Just a wee bit hot. I'm gonna throw the star anise. This is one of Mom's star anise in there too. I think it'll help with the fishy taste. And just add a little bit of the burntness. Like if you didn't even have a stovetop, which some apartments in New York literally come with no kitchen, with no stovetop, and just a microwave, an Instant Pot is great because you get to stir fry. Like it's not as good as a range top, but if you have limited space and you don't have any place to actually cook, an Instant Pot is like a great multi-gadget. But if you already have a kitchen, then yeah, you absolutely don't need it. Unless you love mush and homemade yogurt and homemade natto. An Instant Pot is really good for all of those. I'm not a fan of slow cookers because they are so slow. And it's really hard to control any settings on them, really, so. But you do what works for you. Not everyone has the same needs. I don't think I want, it's a lot of fish to just cook with one flavor, so I want to split it up if it's possible. I did get this a few weeks back. It's a fermented crab and spices. It's a Thai concoction. It has onion, water, garlic, crab meat, peanut, soybean oil, lemongrass, chili, sugar, cornstarch, MSG, salt, and paprika color. I feel like I can break up the fish in 2 batches, and I can make the Instant Pot one like a more Korean flavor. There's a lot of this I can use. It's a really fancy gochujang. I've had it for over a year. I need to start using it more. So let's just say that I have 4 fillets going, maybe 5 fillets going in here. 5 pieces of fish. 1 tablespoon has 12% sodium. So I should do 5 tablespoons. I would say that was almost 5. Maybe a little more. Okay. Because I think I'm also gonna add a little bit of parsnips in here. That I bought last week. And I'm also gonna cut up some ginger, go in there too. has been staring at me, and honestly, I'm so motivated to cook it this week because it just keeps sitting in my freezer. And this week I noticed that my like ice cubes started tasting fishy, and I was like, all right, bud, you are contaminating. It is my fault for letting you sit so long. Let's get you out of here, buddy. So we are on a mission to make my ice cubes taste like ice cubes again. All right. Gochujang is getting burnt, so I just turned off the Instant Pot. Turn off the Instant Pot, give it a little resting time. Throw in some parsnips in there. I didn't peel the parsnips this time. I guess we'll see what happens in the Instant Pot. They got kind of shriveled from this past week of sitting in my fridge, so I figured peeling them will result in a lot of sadness. But this might result in a lot of sadness too, because then I'll have to eat it. Oh well. Alright, this bottom seems really scorched. So I might have to bring this all out and just clean the bottom. Sad. Sad. You know what? Let me scrape the bottom and see how it tastes. Could be flavored, could be bitter. It's not that bad. But I would prefer to. Wash it. It's a little burnt. It's a little burnt. All right. Here's the other thing about Instant Pot is it's really hard to control the heat on it too. So I guess it's not that different. Some may call that fond, but I think in the amount that we have it, I would rather wash it. On the flip side, it gives us more time to defrost our fish here. All right. Oh yeah, that's definitely burnt. That is... Now we know, huh? Hi, Daisuke. Oh yeah, I hate induction. Never use it. I'm like fucking up mom's spoon now. Using it as a scrape. Let me find a metal thing to scrape. That would be smarter. Maybe. Wow, how did this get burnt so bad? I thought I was doing a good job of stirring it too. Yes, I shall try some baking soda. It's a great idea. If all of my experiments turn out horrible, I don't force myself to eat it. Yeah? It took a while for me to learn that. But sometimes I still eat it. It depends on how bad it is. But training yourself to stomach things that don't make you happy and actively make you sad or repulsed is a very dangerous game, because you're like low-key abusing yourself, and if you get used to abusing yourself in that way, then you also get used to other people abusing you in that way, and you normalize it, so it doesn't even register as something wrong. And it goes both ways, right? Because like people who suffered PTSD or CPTSD, like they kind of have to like tell themselves stories to kind of survive the initial horror that they were forced to go through, and they get used to that story that excused the horror and made it more palatable and acceptable for them to get, you know, through it initially, and then they hold on to that framework for a very long time. And it just kind of sets them up to accept more bad things. So it's always like a balancing act. a tool at first, may not always be a great tool to keep. As in the bomb, as in AI, but Pandora's box and all, once you have it, you can't really take it out of the equation. Consequences. Everything has a price. Well, speaking of prices, I just cut my hand using that to scrape off the crust. It's now a bloody Sunday too. All right, we're almost there. Mom's wooden spoon would have never cut me, but we wanted more speed and efficiency, and so we cut ourselves. If that's not a metaphor for our current day development, I don't know what is. I wanted to kind of spare Mom's spoon from getting whittled down because you can already see how much wear it's gone through. And but you can't really do something without paying the price for it, so instead of whittling down Mom's spoon, I chose an instrument that demanded blood from my hand. Either way, you will pay for it. Hello, people just joining. Oh, I cut my thumb too. Great. Well, now we know. Now we know. But it's clean! Thanks for the baking tip reminder. My blood washes everything clean. Okay. Don't worry, it's not too bad. All right, we're turning the saute back on. I'm going to add some garlic powder. And a little bit of dried scallions. That's a lot. And we'll add this sludge back in. And I'm just gonna add a little bit of water so that we don't do that again. Maybe? How shall we avoid the same mistake twice? I also want to make a little slurry in here with cornstarch so that hopefully the fish sauce can get a little silky and clingy. So just cornstarch and water stirred together. Much easier to make the slurry in a side bowl than straight into your pot, because if your pot is heated, it'll instantaneously clump and seal off the clumps of cornstarch. And then you'll have all these little nuggets that you can't seem to like stir and dissolve. So it's always best to just do this in a side bowl. That's my cooking tip for the day. Now we'll go back to complaining about politics and humanity. Is there anything else I should add in here, you think? Before adding the fish? Maybe more ginger? I thought about water, but I think I had hubris, and I was like, I'm gonna cut fast enough that I don't need water. Turns out I was wrong. I hope to never have that specific strain of hubris again, but so we learn. The last time I sauteed in here, probably wasn't trying to do as extensive of a maneuver as so many ingredients that I'm doing today. But I have never been good about mise en place. Once I was out of restaurants, I don't do that. It's just extra bowls to clean. Definitely good to do if you're like shooting a video to have all of your ingredients ready, but since this is a live, you can see how lazy I am actually in my life. So if you have a really sad, shriveled hunk of ginger, you can do two things. You can grind it into a smoothie if you have a high enough powered blender, or you can rehydrate it in water and cook with it after it's softened a little bit. You can retain the water if your ginger is, pre-washed, or you can just throw that knob of ginger into a soup and it'll soften during the cooking process anyway. Not all is lost. That's really how they make dry ginger to begin with anyway, so you still have a viable piece of ginger, you just have to treat it differently. Oh my gosh! Wow! It's still burning. Okay, Instant Pot is not good for this kind of saute. Understood. All right, we've turned that off. We caught it just in time, but damn, even with water it was sticking. Okay. Sheesh. All right, you've learned today on Fishy Sunday that you shall not stir fry in the Instant Pot unless you are fully prepared to stir constantly and never walk away from it. Ever. Promise me. Here we go. Yeah, it has a slight fishiness to it, but not so intense. There are bones, so it's not boneless. So definitely not the most prepped fish. But, all right. You can thank my uncle for constantly recommending that I eat more fish, which is why when I went to H Mart and saw this, I was like, all right, I should probably eat more fish. But it's causing me a lot of grief right now. You know how I just spent like 4 minutes washing my hand and rinsing out fish, and that probably bored you? That's the price that you have to pay for watching unedited content, that I don't have to pay for editing. Because if I were to record this and edit it all out, you wouldn't have to put up with watching boring shit like that, but I would have to pay. I would have to pay for all of your constant dopamine hit entertainment. Same goes for any other creator. Maybe this is good for all of us. You know, I stress out less about editing it and having that to do, and you get used to not so instant gratification. Or, you know, you just watch other people who actually edit their shit. And then natural selection of attention span kills me. Either way, it works out. I feel like it's missing something. Do you feel like it's missing something? Should we put something green in there? Should we put any of the vegetables we just washed in there? Celery? Should we put some celery in there? Stalks of celery? Yeah, nobody really loves eating fish with bones in it, but that's also another convenience, right? If you're not deboning it as you're eating it or prepping it, then somebody else is. It gets added into the cost, or it doesn't get added into the cost and they just end up having to give you free labor so that you can live a more convenient life. That's why my favorite insult now, it's like a cheeky insult, is "you're too American." Because I feel like America is a true symbol of like the addiction to convenience and just like completely sanitized reality. Like you can't bear to look at fish head or animals with their eyes still staring at you on the plate. The refusal to acknowledge the source of life that feeds you. I'm using you in a very general sense here, not trying to like point out Karen or whoever doesn't like bone in their fish. I also don't like bone in my fish, okay? I'm also American in certain aspects, very American in certain aspects, but, oh, what are you? Can I kill you? Maybe? No? You don't want to be killed? Okay. That was just a fly. I tried to kill him, but he wanted to live, so he'll live until he dies in probably 28 hours. The lifespan of a fly. You win now, but you won't win forever. There's such a cost to everything, and like America just makes it really easy for us to not see any of it. And that's how it becomes so addictively easy and desirable to just keep having things. Buying things, owning things, using things, discarding things, when you don't have to see the cost of it. In a lot of ways, I feel like the genocide is the cost of all of these conveniences. Not directly, but it's all built in there. Once you see how many institutions are all collaborating on this silencing of truth, you realize that that's the cost. You must keep people blind so that they won't have any issues doing what they've been doing. Once they see, they become uncooperative. That's why they encourage folks to participate and pay attention to BDS, you know, boycott, divest, sanction, all of these products that are complicit. because it truly is just all very much profit driven. When things aren't profitable anymore, they can't continue. Profit is the language that all of our systems speak in now. So even if you try to appeal to the humanity of your Congress people, they are still just one person. The whole machine doesn't understand humanity. The whole machine calculates its functionality on profit. So in insisting it to be humane, you are not learning to speak its language, which is why it goes nowhere. No matter how many times you call, progress is going to be slow using that method because it's not a very efficient process. The more efficient process would have been to strike. If everybody, again, this kind of like requirement for mass participation at scale is necessary. If everybody went on strike and didn't go to their jobs for 2 weeks, we've been witnessing a genocide for over 16, 18 months now? How long? But if everyone just didn't go to their jobs for 2 weeks, you'll see how fast and weak and vulnerable our world and our systems are. It requires constant output. It's like your cell phone not being able to be charged for 2 weeks. What will our world be like if you couldn't charge if nobody charged their phone for 2 weeks? It would be drastically different. All right, I think I can stop putting things in now. But just a little bit of black pepper. Okay, now we can stop. I'll do a half hour. High pressure. That's probably way too much, but that's fine. And now for our other fish stew. How exciting, folks. 2 things at once. The good thing, I guess, is despite going to the march yesterday, which honestly lasted less than a mile, it went from 43rd to 59th. Street. Despite going to the march yesterday and going on the subway and walking a mile, and then I walked even more because I wanted to explore Manhattan since I hadn't been there for so long and I had already taken the subway there. I don't feel like totally put out today. I feel a little bit exhausted for sure. But hopefully that means my long COVID / mono / CF chronic fatigue syndrome, CFS, ME, CFS, is lifting and softening a little bit. I'm hopeful, because I would really, really like to go back to exercising before I get actually diabetic. Would not be fun for me to become diabetic. I'm sure it's not fun for anybody to become diabetic. Chopping my parsnips up for this stew of fish. You know what? I should learn my lesson and prep more of my vegetables before I go over there. And turn on the heat. Let's just do that. Let's just prep all of our vegetables here. Yeah, I think you're right about the gochujang. It's definitely a culprit for the maximum amount of stickage that we've seen today. So lesson learned, gochujang definitely is easier added when there's already some soup foundation in there. But I kind of wanted to toast it up a little bit and get a little bit of a caramelized flavor, which I certainly caramelized, which is way more caramelization than I anticipated. Has anyone ever seen a steamed cornbread? I wonder if I can make a steamed cornbread without turning on the oven. Well, you know, the funny thing, Daisuke, is that I can edit the live after to cut out the more boring parts. It would just all be jump cuts without introductions. So it would feel less real. It would just feel like a highlights excerpt, which is certainly possible. But that, again, is added labor on my end to do that. And I think I can explain a little bit of why that difference arises. Watching something in real time makes you feel like you are participating in the making of that reality versus watching it after the fact makes you feel helpless, like you can't really change anything, and then it gets boring because you don't feel like you're a part of the engine that is driving your reality. You're watching something that's dead, effectively. There's no interaction, really. Some people think real is better. Not everyone, though, you know? Like, obviously we have so much disagreement on this. If real were better, we wouldn't be having plastic surgery. Of course, we can go into a whole debate about what is real. Does, you know, having plastic surgery alter reality or just your skin? But I think it does alter reality because it affects the way people treat you. Like, people treat uglier people, what they perceive to be uglier, worse. I feel like there are plenty of research done on this. So, you know, I don't know if we like organic real, but we like feeling like things are real even when they're not real. So that's why we tell ourselves stories. Okay, I cut up parsnips and ginger. I could do more celery in here too. That would probably be quite delicious, but I think I'll prep that later. I think we can safely come back over here now. Boop. And turn on this. You know, this doesn't smell bad, but it looks so burnt. That's a great existential question, is where is it fond and where is it burnt? What is that line between desired caramelization and undesired bitterness char? I'm gonna use this much of our more burnt spicy chili oil. I'm gonna turn the heat way down low. And maybe even turn it off for now, because I want to see how much oil this has. It has soybean oil. Okay, so we'll add this in first. Yeah, very crabby, yum. That splattered everywhere. It's one of the worst part of stir frying at home is, like, I don't know how people prevent the splatter. After 2 years of filming cooking, I'm not able to figure out a way to successfully prevent splatter. It was mostly just me trying to figure out how to clean it most efficiently afterwards. It goes on the floor and everywhere. Yeah, you are seeing a mirror of my kitchen. Is that real? You're seeing an image of my kitchen. Is that real? You're seeing a version of myself at a very specific time frame. Am I real? Is your understanding of me real? I mean, never ending. Wow, I truly feel like I'm channeling my mom's spirit today by cutting myself with the dullest instruments ever. I feel like that's a very mom move. That's a very June's mom move, at least. Another dangerous game here of using an open sliced can still. But I just want to rinse out all the goodies in here. Still gonna make a slurry for this one too. The sodium level on this can is 2 servings per container. So there's 2 servings in here for a total of 52% sodium. I think that's probably gonna taste a little under-seasoned. I have 4 pieces of fish going in here and so many parsnips, but I would rather just err on the side of less sodium for now. And because this is not an Instant Pot, I don't have to add the celery right now. I can just go in with the fish, which we rinsed earlier. Alright, congratulations. The bulk of our cooking for today, at least process-wise, is done. I still don't know what I'm gonna do with all of this Brussels sprouts that's cut up. It's just gonna stink up my entire apartment. But maybe I could make like a Brussels sprouts salad. Maybe I could just like blanch it. What do you think? I'm gonna chop up some celery to add in later. And then we can get rid of this board. I have cranberry seeds, yes. I finished all of my craisins. Ooh, kimchi Brussels sprouts, yes. If only chili flakes didn't hurt my hand so much. That would be great. I also wonder if anyone's attempted to make sauerkraut with Brussels sprouts before? Is that a thing? I also had someone reach out to me who is German, and she insisted that what I was making is not sauerkraut because I did not use white cabbage. But I use this term very loosely, y'all. It's like I'm using sauerkraut to designate a cabbage-affiliated cabbage. A lacto-fermented cabbage. I understand it's not maybe authentic to the original usage, but that is how I'm using it. It's like if anything can be sushi, and anything can be pizza, and anything can be taco, then like anything can be sauerkraut at this point. Why not? Fair game. We are postmodern. You probably understand what I'm trying to say. There is no meaning to any of our things anymore in the way that we preconceived it to mean. So let go and let be, lest ye be tormented by formalities of emptiness. Now I'm deathly afraid that the bottom of that pot is burning. How would I know? I'm gonna sit. Proceeded by me not sitting immediately. Okay. Oh, I also brought fruits. That's right, I forgot that. oranges for $1, 3 small pears for $1, and 2 mangoes for $1 each. Now maybe I can sit? Are there any foods you really dislike, June? I haven't seen you prepare more things. I have seen you prepare more things than I ever have. I disdain like luxury ingredients a lot because I don't, first of all, I don't think they're worth the price. Second of all, it's all bound up in classist shit. Third of all, it's really exploitative most of the time. So things like foie gras and uni, I haven't tasted uni that makes me go, I want this again, please, now. I enjoy truffle, but it's like, I'm not gonna die without it ever, but it's a really unique, nice flavor, but I don't get the hype for stuff like caviar. I'm sure there's a lot of things that I just haven't developed a palate for because it's all bound up psychologically with things that I disdain. As far as like more accessible pedestrian things, I don't know, can you list some things? I didn't love okra, but my mom made it all the time. So with my mom dying, I think a lot of the food dislikes I had took on new meaning as reminders of her and the way that she cared and loved me by cooking me those things that she believed to be very healthful. So bitter melon, I struggled with a lot while my mom was alive, but I've developed very newfound deep appreciation for it. And okra, she used to cook okra for me a lot. I haven't cooked it myself yet, but she thought it was very, very healthy. And yeah, I'm not really coming up with much that I hate. I mean, gold flakes on desserts. I mean, you're not supposed to eat gold. Come on, man. It's like, what? But yeah, that's, if you ask me, maybe I can think of new things, but currently I'm down to eat whatever. I've become extremely flexible. You've never had the opportunity to use a gas stove, Faye. I don't think your cooking skills would plummet. I think it would require you to learn it over 1 to 2 weeks. And you would be able to probably apply some of your muscle memory to this new adaptation. But skills are flexy, like all things. Oh, memo? Memo's okay. He's still alive. He's not eating much, but I've discovered a cadence where he usually eats around 8 p.m. And if he doesn't eat around 8 p.m., I kind of start freaking out internally a little bit. His pooping schedule is every 2 to 3 days, he'll poop once. He pees every day, at least once, sometimes twice. He seems energetic enough to like actually play with me a little bit. I've discovered that sometimes when he runs away from me, maybe that's just him trying to play. He doesn't actually want me to pet him, so he'll just run away. So I just kind of like lightly chase him around 2 or 3 times from the living room to the bedroom, and like I feel like that's enough to call it exercise for my old man. He still seems to like when I brush him and when I cuddle with him, so life is as good as ever right now. If I didn't know he was sick with that diagnosis that we got 2 months ago, then I would have just assumed that like, oh, that's just what he does. So that's kind of what I'm trying to tell myself, is just like, that's just what he does. And I'm trying to not stress over him not eating as much as I used to anymore, because if he eats, then he eats, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't. Because as we reach end of life, it becomes harder and harder to eat. Your appetite just, kind of diminishes as your taste buds and olfactory senses lose potency, and so they don't smell as delicious to you anymore. And then functionally speaking, biologically, as your body shuts down, it literally becomes impossible to swallow. Speaking from like the experience of watching my grandmother go and like reading up about end of life as it concerns humans, you just mechanically you can't really swallow anymore, and then sometimes when you do swallow, it goes down the wrong pipe, and then it causes like infections in your lungs, and that's actually how you die. So trying to like force feed people who are on their deathbed really might accelerate their death. But at that point, it's kind of just like a matter of when and how soon and how quickly. It's not really like you can prevent them from slipping into the other side. I didn't put enough liquid in the Instant Pot. I was hoping the steam from the fishes and the celery would be okay, because once you trap it in the Instant Pot, it's a pressure cooker, you put it on the valve closing function, you close a valve, and it should be able to trap most of the moisture in there. Hopefully it doesn't burn, but who knows. Yes, I think NYC did ban gas stove for new buildings, so these are all grandfathered in now. Yeah, if your apartment is a rental in New York, my experience has been that you do pay for cooking gas, but not for like your heating gas. But maybe you're also in an apartment that just covers your gas. I pay for my gas. My gas it used to run about $18 or $19. In the past year, it's gone up to $23 to $24. My cooking has actually gone down. The frequency of using heat to cook has gone down on the gas stove, so I think prices are just going up. My Con Ed bill, I use the blender, I use the microwave, I use lights, and I use my internet connection and my computers. One person household with a cat, it runs me about $78 on average. Sometimes it dips as low as 67, sometimes it goes up to 90. Maybe during the summer when I turn on the fan, and if I turn on the AC, it definitely approaches 100 per month. So that is the utility prices for my apartment. This fish is called, it's a really ugly fish. Monkfish. It's monkfish. I don't know if anyone has cooked monkfish before, but I haven't, so we're just all doing this blind right now. One is in the Instant Pot being pressure cooked for 30 minutes, and one is on the stovetop being slowly simmered. I am starting to smell like the nice fresh fishy sweetness come through, so it is cooking. Yeah, truffles are a cool relationship between the truffles, the pig or dog, and the owner of that animal. I guess that is like just functionally it has to be a slow food. I don't think you can actually cultivate truffles. I don't know if that's true. I'm certain that we've manufactured artificial truffle flavors. Um, Cats are nocturnal, but Memo in general isn't very active, so he almost never wakes me up in the middle of the night. In fact, um, he threw up one time during the middle of the night, and I woke up at like 7 to find like a semi-dried puddle of vom. So he's just very quiet, even when he's like gagging up his whole meal. Dryer, fridge, yes. Maybe it's the fridge. Maybe I've just got too much stuff in the fridge. Who knows? But I always text Aaron. I'm like, you won't believe it. Why is my electricity so high? He's like, yeah, you said this shit last month. I am feeling a bit of stickage on the bottom, so I'm glad we have come to stir it. There's definitely a lot of bones coming out of this fish. Oh yeah, baby. They're kind of soft though. Still wouldn't recommend eating them. Alright, I think I'm gonna try to not disturb the fish as much, just to make sure I keep these bony needles inside the fish so that I don't have to fish them out of the soup later. But I don't want it to burn on the bottom, so I'm trying to go about it very gently here. I also feel like fish bones definitely add a very nice texture in terms of like silky collagen and flavor. I feel like fish bones have a very pure fish flavor. Fish bone broth. Did I tell you that I got all of those Brussels sprouts for $3? Amazing deal. All right. I think I want to blanch the kale so I don't have to deal with that in the middle of the week. Let's blanch the kale, shall we? I just know that if I don't process the kale today, I'm not gonna eat it until Thursday. Knowing yourself is half the battle. The other half is trying to convince yourself to do what you know is going to be the best productive method. So with kale, I've been told that it's pretty high in, what is it high in? It's high in something that's not good for kidney patients, so blanching it helps. It also just takes up way less space in the fridge once I have it cooked. So maybe I can save 50 cents off of my electricity this week by putting 50 cents more on my gas bill. Trade-offs, y'all, trade-offs. You just can't win. So maybe winning isn't the objective to reach for, huh? If winning isn't the objective to reach for, what is? What's the point, if not to win? All right, I'm gonna eat something because I'm really hungry, and it's 5 p.m. Okay, we're gonna microwave this briefly. What am I gonna put on it? I don't know. Yes, the Instant Pot is ready and wants to tell us that it's ready. Whenever I heat up bread or cake or anything I don't want to get spongy and tough and dried out and rubbery, I just lay a little wet paper towel over it. And this works if you're not microwaving it for more than 30 seconds. Otherwise, the paper towel just becomes dry. I'm going to let the Instant Pot naturally release. I know people like to do ASMR like this. I don't know how that started, but I don't have nails to do that with, so one day. Paper towel is still wet. It is steaming, as you can see. And your bread should be nice and moist and hot. And you can rinse off the paper towel and use it for something else, y'all. It's functional. Okay, I think the fish is done in here. I'm just going to take out a parsnip and see if a parsnip is done. And then if it is done, we can just go ahead and throw the chopped celery in that middle bowl there. That's done. I'm only going to add a little bit because as I was putting it in, I realized that it's going to cover over all the bones on the fish, which will make bone extraction much more difficult. So we're not going to be using the rest of this celery. But I think we're gonna blanch the kale, and my lunch is going to be fish stew over kale. Is that a stew? Is that a stew consistency? Is a chowder a stew or a soup? This is a flaxseed sweet potato bread made with some bread flour and some home ground oat flour and caraway seeds. There's caraway seeds in here. It's I put some yeast in there, but it didn't have enough gluten structure to actually form like a Wonder Bread type of bread. So it's kind of just like a cakey bread, which honestly I love. I love the texture of that. Are we ready? I think we can also dress the kale up a little bit after it's blanched. Maybe. With what though? I haven't decided. Yes, oxalates. Thank you so much. I love that you can help my broken brain be a little assisted during these times of extreme fogginess. Kale, dark leafy greens, beets, they all have oxalates. Apparently not great for kidney disease patients. And since I have a history of kidney disease, I just want to make sure that I'm making things as easy for my body right now as possible as it's struggling. Okay. Does anyone want to do free labor for me and look up if Brussels sprouts have oxalates? Because if Brussels sprouts also have oxalates, I can blanch them now and just get that over with. I might just blanch it anyway. I'll also chop these up, I think. And just prep them ready to eat. Make it easy for yourself. Be your own friend. Yeah, look it up. Fact check me, right? Don't believe everything I say, because I might not intentionally be giving you wrong information, but like fake news is so proliferate right now, so just do your own research, confirm. You can confirm with us so we can all know what the right answer is, but like from what I've read, I stopped eating beets. I loved eating beets from the farmer's market, but I stopped when I was going through mono and my kidneys weren't doing so hot. Oh, Brussels sprouts are high in potassium. That's also not good for kidney patients. All right, well, guys, you know, great for anti-cancer, terrible for kidney disease. Thank you for the research. Yeah, I don't think you need to get super caught up, but I think it's just helpful to know what's in what, because I think right now we're in, I'll speak for myself, I was in like a diet mindset for so long of my life, not just dieting to get thin, but dieting in terms of like food as medicine and then overdosing on that medicine, thinking that if I just ate vegetables, I can make my pre-diabetes go away. But it's not that simple, right? There's a lot of components in food. There's a lot of components in medicine. Just because you intend this medicine to help you in one aspect doesn't mean that it doesn't have side effects in another aspect. So if you've seen the movie The Substance, there are always undesired outcomes because there's a price to everything. So working with the food can help you, but exploiting the food might do more harm than you imagine it. So just be aware of all these, you know, naturally occurring chemicals that may or may not be interacting with specific health conditions that you're going through. So potassium is good, but not for people with severe kidney conditions. Like, I couldn't eat raisins or bananas when I had extreme stage of like childhood IgA nephropathy, because those are very high in potassium. So yes, you definitely need it. It's an essential, you know, ingredient, like mineral, but in elevated amounts, especially if you're already struggling with a health condition that doesn't benefit from it. Your kidneys and your livers filter out everything, your lungs too, right? So the more things you belabor it to refresh for you, the more it has to work to get that done. And so if you're already having an organ that is struggling, you're just giving it more homework when it's already burnt out, you know? So what happens when you're burnt out and your boss gives you more work to do? You break. You either quit or you like die. People die from overwork. So yeah, if I were doing budget eats right now, this blanching water is perfect vegetable stock. But it also has all the minerals I'm trying to decrease intake of. So is it a waste? Yes. Sometimes staying alive is a waste of resources. Just be mindful of it. This kale smells so sweet. So sweet. Wow, we are really going hard on the meal prep today. I was not expecting this, but I'm glad I'm doing it. I can't believe that whole box of fish said it only had 4 servings. I guess I'll eat both dishes this week then. Oh look, that paper towel already dried, just from sitting on top of our Instant Pot. So do you see how much energy these appliances use? It's like a little paper towel dryer. All right, cool. So if I do blanch all of my Brussels sprouts today, what should we make with it? Again, here's another thing that I pointed out last weekend too, is apparently leftovers are increased histamine levels in your food. So if you're trying to follow a low histamine diet, apparently this is the wrong way to go about it too. We just can't win. So it can't be about winning anymore. Yeah, cooking fresh food every day is apparently the way to go. Honestly, I have no excuse not to do that because I'm at home. I guess the excuse is I'm lazy and or don't have energy for it on a daily basis. It demands a lot. Demands a lot out of you. I still remember in the early days of Budget Eats having eggs in the menu. I was walking to the farmer's market today with a friend and I was like, you know, it's so weird how things have just changed so quickly. Putting eggs into a Budget Eats episode today would be unimaginable. But back then, it was one of the cheaper proteins I could locate. Alrighty, here goes all of our Brussels sprouts. Cool. Our fish is being turned off. Our Instant Pot is still pressurized, so I'm not gonna fuck with it. get ready to eat. You have been asking about the spork. Here it is. All right, we have our bed of kale. Here's our fish. Nice tender parsnips. This isn't working. Very unsmart of me to do that. What I do need to do is move you over here. Yeah. So parsnips are kind of like sweet potatoes, really. So whoever recommended potatoes and celery, I kind of did that with parsnips, I suppose. Let's get a little more sauce in here. This probably could have been even more delicious had I added coconut milk to it. I bet one of you suggested that, didn't you? Didn't you? Now I'm gonna do a very uncouth thing, which is I'm gonna try to like pick out as many bones as possible while I eat. And I'm going to stay until the Instant Pot. Oh, speak of the devil, I guess I can go now. The Instant Pot just depressurized. Ta-da! So now you get to see the reveal. No stickage. So we have successfully navigated the Instant Pot stickage issue. However, the sauce is looking so loose. Why did the cornstarch not work as well here? All right. Well, that's fine, I guess. I'm just draining my cabbage real fast here. I forgot we were blanching it. It's basically cooked now. Huzzah! I guess it'll be like a cruciferous veggie and fish soup kind of week. Perfect. All that's left to do is for us to eat and chat. And I'll just probably stay like 10-15 minutes because that was a really long live. 3 hours, damn. Whew. Cheers, y'all. Thanks for sticking it through and watching me make so many things. Hawaiian flamingo. What is bubble and squeak? Bubble and squeak. A great way to use leftovers and get the kids to eat cabbage. Oh. Of course it's an English dish. Of course, with a name like bubble and squeak. Made from cooked potatoes and cabbage mixed together and fried. Okay, so it's like an okonomiyaki meets a latke? Meets a torta? It's like a torta okonomiyaki. Fascinating. Okay, I love leftover food. Oh. With the cost of food these days, I just have to struggle with the added histamine in my system. The histamine issue is, it popped up for me. I'm going pretty far back in the chats to catch up with y'all, but low histamine diets are apparently helpful for some folks with long COVID because long COVID is an autoimmune overreaction, is the current theory. So in taming down the histamines in your system, it might kind of calm down the autoimmune reaction on a daily basis, which is also why some people with long COVID take antihistamines. I just don't want to have to take one more pill if I don't need that in my body, so I'd rather reduce intake of something than add on intake of something else. Oh, and it sounds like you're not in America because you're asking about what's going on with eggs. Eggs are, if you can get them, they're like $10 a dozen. And a lot of places sell out of them constantly. Like, if you know Ram from our live stream, he just went to a Whole Foods today and there was like nothing. No eggs. Even Amish eggs are highly priced now. How are all these chickens socializing? Here's what happens with inflation. Is if you understand the economy and want to take advantage of it, once someone who dominates the market raises the price, you can also raise the price, because why would you not if your goal is to win with profit? But if your goal is not to win, then yeah, maybe you might do differently. I actually haven't even been able to find a single carton of eggs at the farmer's market because I've been going later. So they're always sold out. I don't know what the prices are anymore at the farmer's market. Andrea asked a while back, hey, here's a hypothetical. What if bird flu is like COVID in that it was a reset? How we farm, our relationships with the chicken, cows, etc. gets called into question. Okay, my pushback on that is, do you think COVID was a reset? Do you think anything has changed about our relationships with each other and our systems since COVID happened? I think things have. But I think those who are in charge of maintaining the status quo are refusing to acknowledge it, which is why long COVID is not being talked about more, which is why people are not masking anymore, which is why we don't think it's a problem anymore. We just accept it like it's the flu, and it'll go around 3-4 times a year, and you might get sick once or twice a year, and that's fine. And yeah, I guess it is fine. If we accept it as fine, then it's fine. And that's what social agreements and contracts are, right? If you agree there's no problem, then there's no problem. But y'all have to agree. And it seems like the majority of people didn't love quarantining and masking and taking precautions, so they didn't want to have to deal with it. So the price they're willing to pay is getting sicker and weaker, and living in denial, which is fine if that's, life is more democratic than you think it is. It may not feel like it because we have such a acutely, specifically defined definition for all of these things and ideology, but it's pretty darn democratic in the realms that we have control in. It seems like the majority of people basically decided, nah, we don't want to deal with this pandemic shit anymore, so we're done. Go back to living normally. So here we are, living normally. Cornstarch cooked too long will lose its ability to thicken. Who knew? Damn. Okay. Yo, you might be right. Because this one is like looking slightly thinner than it was, even while I was cooking on the stovetop. Fascinating. Learn something new every day. This is delicious, by the way. I highly recommend buying that crab mixture. I really didn't season it at all much, besides adding that in and some ginger and dried scallions. Homemade flour tortillas are the best. Hi Cappy, thank you for the well wishes. Yeah, we're eating like a parsnip fish stew over kale today. Rachel, it means a lot when people say they don't usually leave comments, because I am one of those people who don't leave comments, but thank you for leaving the comment. Yes, I'm really, 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 really happy to hear that you have been nurturing, holding space for yourself, and for grief, it's a lot, but yes, NYC bodegas are apparently now selling Lucy eggs. Wild, right? What a fun world. What a fun world. I'm afraid to say this is normal living now. Living with $1 eggs and acceptance of genocide and just random kidnappings of people, and it's always been this way, but it's just more real for our side of the world now. Sometimes it takes a while to feel the reverberations of our actions, and privilege will buy you that distance. And I think I'm among the people who are more privileged than not on this earth, in that I haven't experienced genocide or my village being burnt and raped through, and just a lot of shit I've been hearing that's happening in 2025. Just not in my part of the world. So part of what I've been telling myself is, if it can happen there, it can happen here, especially if we're not exercising our rights to resist. So if it seems like we don't have enough people to really be motivated and stay motivated in resistance mode, then I just have to prepare myself to experience worse and worse situations. I think that's my way of dealing with reality. I do see a lot of people still denying, escaping, enjoying, and they have the privilege and the distance too, and that's what they choose to do. Not to say that I'm not escaping and denying. Of course I am. Like, psychologically, I would be fucking more insane than I am now if I didn't do any sort of repression. Of course I'm repressing a lot of things. But maybe on average still less so than my immediate peers. So we'll just all go about it as best as we can, and ultimately my goal is to find peace at every stage however I can. And I think that's what fulfills me most right now. Hello, Dylan from the Philippines. Did y'all know the US is dropping bombs on the Philippines? Dylan, is this right? You are our token Filipino right now. That is if you're living in the Philippines, I assumed. You could just be from the Philippines and not there right now, but I saw a report that was like, yeah, US bombs dropped in the south of the Philippines this week. I was like, cool. Great. A can of crab meat. I would make it like a tuna salad. Relish, mustard, mayo, seasoning, eat it on a cracker, eat it on a celery, eat it in a salad, eat it with eggs, whatever. Sounds delicious. Damn, that's rough, Jennifer. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have to go through this, you know? Like, I'm at an age, I'm turning 36 this year. My friends' parents are starting to get sick, and their grandparents are starting to die. For my peers, it's going to be more and more of a reality. They can only push it off for so long before they have to confront it. So I hope you going through it and you seeing other people go through it will not only make you feel less alone, but will help you normalize it to the point where you're not scared to talk about it. Because I still think it's such a taboo to talk about it. But I think once we untaboo these things, it'll bring so much more peace for everyone involved. Because it's like such an inefficient expenditure of your energy to keep running away from your future. So I'm sorry about your mom dying suddenly, and yeah, caring for your dad with dementia. My dad still has his mind intact, but there may come a day. Who knows? We shall see. None of us know. Crab meat with pork dumplings. That sounds good too, yeah. Mushrooms, if you have mushrooms. Yeah, I wonder if you have this experience of like, you know, going through the death of a loved one and thinking back to all the things that I said that you understood at that time, but only in an abstract way, and then suddenly it was like that line kind of unlocked behind the veil for you, and then you were like, ah. I think I've had a few moments of a connection like that, not in terms of grief exactly, but definitely with grandma's passing. I was reading back on some of the hospice care pamphlets and handbooks, and I was like, oh, that's what they mean when they say that she's gonna behave this way. Got it. A lot of things just don't register until in retrospect, and a lot of things about the world don't make sense until I organized, you know, a group of workers, and then saw the resistance from the company, and then got reprimanded, and then got bullied, and then got fired. It only makes sense when you live it. So this is why I don't really blame anyone now. It's just not productive. They just don't understand it because they haven't lived through it yet. And that's their privilege for not having lived through it. And I also have privileges that they don't have. So the level of understanding is stuck because we haven't lived it. And sometimes some people just don't want to understand, and sometimes some people do want to understand, but they just can't. The key has not been handed to them yet. It's not their time yet. And the same goes for me, you know? I'm sure there are other things that I'm going to learn down the line. And that's what living is all about, right? It's just finding new keys, and then suddenly, integration. Yeah, refrigerated trucks for bodies was real. I lived, and I still live. I live even closer now to Elmhurst Hospital. They had trucks parked outside, basically refrigerated morgues in truck form, because that's how many people were dying on a daily basis from COVID. I just don't know how we can go from like that just happening 3-4 years ago to now being like, it's okay, you don't have to mask. That's cool. We literally still don't know how to cure it. We have medication that can tamper down the symptoms for people, but like in the long term, it's new, it's so new. How can we even understand something that's this new? Just imagine a human baby. You give birth to it, what do you know about it in a year? Yeah, you as caretaker, as mom, you can definitely observe something about that baby, but that baby's gonna keep growing, it's gonna keep changing, your relationship to it is gonna keep morphing and transforming, and what that child is like at 3 won't be like what that child is like at 5 or 7 or 9 or 12. And then, you know, you might have like a few fights, and then that's it. You cut off contact, or they leave home, or, you know, they get groomed by someone else and change. This metaphor is getting out of hand, but you know what you know what I mean, you know? Like, we don't know. But we think we know, or we want to believe that we know, but we don't know. We don't know until it's real. And when it's real, it won't feel like what we wanted it to feel like. Same thing with communism, same thing with democracy. So it's just confronting reality with fantasy all the time, on so many different levels of existing. I agree, Jonathan. And that's why I don't blame people. You know, we don't have the capacity to hold on to grief for so long consistently. And sometimes it is just better for us, existentially speaking, like physically existentially speaking, to not hold on to these traumatic things. So it's just, I've relinquished any sense of right or wrong now, because it doesn't seem productive, not in a capitalistic sense, but just in a very like peace and existence sense. Like, it's not productive to hold on to right and wrong. Denial may be necessary. Yeah, I'm also not seeing news of US bombs in the Philippines. I don't know if it's not getting reported or if I have my facts twisted, probably the latter. But as we've seen with Palestine, a lot of this shit just doesn't get reported. So it may not be that the US is bombing the Philippines, definitely not, but it could be like US made bombs are being deployed somewhere. I just don't know anymore. I'm not very politically engaged internationally or domestically, honestly. I'm not a politics person, believe it or not. I just know that we shouldn't be doing 80% of the shit that we're doing. The bones pull out quite clean. Lucky for me. The flavor of this fish is like very umami. I'm like chewing and sucking on the bones and they just have such great flavor. Measles is in Canada now too? Shit. Alright. Y'all ready for this? JK, nobody is. Nobody is ready for this shit. The communication was bad during COVID because everybody was trying to hold on to their authority hats, but nobody actually knew what was going on. So they had to pretend like they knew what was going on to give the people a message so that nobody would panic, but obviously we were all panicking. The reality is nobody knew what was going on. Instead of confessing to that, they had to keep up appearances. Rice would be good with these dishes, yes, but I do not have rice. But here is a dangly piece of fish. Okay, I'm a fan of monkfish. It's got like a very it's like a clean, tender, bouncy whitefish. It's got nice little kind of chunky flakes to it. I'm not gonna make fishbone broth. I'm just chewing on the bones. Very interesting fishbone structure. They are big ass bones, yes. Poor man's lobster is so accurate, yes. But as someone who doesn't like lobster, I prefer this texture way more. I find that lobster is so easily rubbery, and this will never get rubbery. If you're Googling monkfish, just know that I've been told it's a very ugly fish, so be prepared for the images that come up. Look, it has like all these gelatinous bits. I bet it's really good for your skin. I'm eating this in a very uncouth way, you may say, but it's just kind of like how Chinese people do it, you know? I don't know what this frilly thing is, so I'm not going to eat it. It looks like a very interesting texture, and it's definitely soft, but it's kind of scary. I don't know if I should be eating it, so I'm just going to dump it. Do you ever plan to return to work full-time? I'm not planning for anything. If I'm totally honest with you, I don't even think ahead to like 3 weeks out from now. I kind of stopped planning ahead when Mom died just because I felt so overwhelmed by everything that I had to get done that I was like, all right, I can't think about it. I just have to do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And then I had Grandma under my care. So like for that part of my life, I was just like, I can't plan for my future because look at that gelatinous. Oh my gosh, I'm going to enjoy this so much. Look away if you're squeamish about people eating bony stuff. But while Grandma was alive, I was just like, I can't plan for my future because I don't know when Grandma's not going to be here anymore, and my life is kind of like tied to making sure that she's here, and I can only think about me when she's not here. So, you know, Grandma only passed away 2 months ago. I remember it took me 4 months to stop feeling numb after Mom passed away. Because I expected Grandma's death, I don't think I'm numb right now, but I think I am kind of burnt out numb from just everything. We all went through the pandemic, then I went through like labor union shit, then my mom died, then I got fired, you know, everything in my life changed. I've also gone through some like really short relationships that had a lot of impact on me in terms of like just making me see things in a very different way and seeing myself in a very different way. I learned about how I might potentially be autistic and how that like maybe explains a lot of my interactions with other people and the world at large and myself. Body image issues consistently fluctuating in and out of view. Genocide happened. A lot of my worldviews came crashing down in the last 18 months because of the genocide, and just how it pulled together all these disparate dots that I can now connect to make sense of how things are the way they are. So there's a lot of integration happening right now in as far as I can understand it. There's still so much I can't understand, but everything's happening so fast. Have you noticed? It feels like everything's happening so much faster than it used to be. Our technology is accelerating, our chaos, just governmental chaos is accelerating, and like prices are accelerating, and I don't know what's going to happen. It seems like we're working towards like a combustion of sorts. So I don't plan anymore. Right now we're just kind of like in this state of constantly fishing water out of a sinking boat. And I think I've like started to enter the stage of not pushing out the water and just being like, hold up, so we're sinking. What's gonna come after we sink? So I've kind of like just frozen because I'm trying to understand what comes after the struggle on a sinking boat. And maybe it's just death. So part of my back burner mind is like, all right, we're gonna die. Just accept it. What can you do right now to be at peace with the reality that we're all gonna die? I'm not totally in belief of that, because otherwise I would not be doing half the stuff that I'm doing on a daily basis, but like, you know, we're not all just one cohesive self. I think we're made of different selves. So part of me is hopeful, part of me is absolutely totally cynical, and there's a balance between those two selves too, of other beliefs coming in and out of you. And if I were to regain physical capacity, the only full-time job I can see myself going back to right now is food service, which is crazy, because I when I left food service, I was like 100% sure I would never go back to it again. But I think going back to it with a different mindset might change half of that job and its impact on me. I just don't believe in any institutions anymore, so I would need to do something with my hands and my body, which is why I need strength, I need physical ability to come back to me before I can make that move. I would have to be a manual laborer of some kind. I can't, like, right now I'm writing newsletters and doing messaging for Burlap and Barrel, which I enjoy because my values are not in direct conflict with their mission and their work. But it would be so hard for me to find a job that has no value conflict. Even working in a restaurant, there would be values conflict, but at least I would be preoccupied with my hands rather than sitting in front of a computer. I think the brain work is just too burnout-y for me. I would rather burn out my body if I had physical ability again than to burn out my mind. What is the hardest part of perimenopause? Can you prepare me? Because I do think if I'm not in it already, I'm on the horizon. Oh, inner gills. Can you, I think you're right. It does look very gilly to me. Can you eat the gills of a fish? Andrea, would you say you're new agey? How do you feel about that term? What wouldn't surprise you about me being autistic? What gives it away? Is it because I think about things the way you think about things? Because I feel like that's the biggest clue, is if you understand what I'm saying 80% or more of the time, we're probably on the same wavelength that like a lot of people aren't. I've had like partners, romantic partners, straight up tell me, I have no idea what you just said. And those moments looking back were like crushing. Because I thought in that moment I had said something that was like so true to the way that I viewed the world, and for someone that I wanted to get so close to so that they would be my life partner, to like be like, what did you just say? It's kind of devastating. Like at that point I was like, all right, I understand. I probably said a lot of nonsense bullshit. And that's kind of just like me gaslighting myself in a way, because I've been met with that critique a lot of my life. But now I realize, no, I said what I said, and I meant what I said, and I believed in what I said, and it made sense to me, but it did not make sense to them. And like that was a point at which it should have been clear to me that like, oh, they don't operate like you do, and they won't understand you. And If they don't seem open to understanding by not asking follow-up questions, then they're not interested. The saddest part is looking back and seeing how few follow-up questions came after "I don't understand you," and realizing that they didn't really have an interest in understanding me, they were just dismissing me. Woof, Rachel, Perry, chronic depression and ADHD in a whole year. Yeah, that's a lot. Jesus. I have been hearing more about hormone replacement therapy, for Perry. Oh boy. If it's a desk job, like, I could see myself working at the front desk of a yoga studio, and then I could get free yoga classes. That's the only kind of desk job I want. I don't want a type of desk job that's like, I have to write up stupid SEO articles. I mean, those jobs don't exist anymore. With AI, who's writing SEO articles anymore, you know? That's the whole thing too. If I regain my physical stamina in 1 to 2 years, say, I feel like that's a pretty good scenario. What would the job landscape be in 2 years' time with AI developing so fast? There's layoffs everywhere. Tech is laying people off. Of course tech is laying people off with the expansion of AI. You are building your own demise at every turn. That's not supposed to be a scary thing anymore if you can accept it. That's just a matter of fact. And yeah, customer service is harder than ever. I can see that from just like reading Burlap and Barrel's customer service team chats. It's just like, some people are impossible to appease. I was also not great at picking men. I agree. But maybe it's not a matter of picking the wrong people. Maybe it's just a matter of that they don't exist here where I want them to be, you know, like. I hope you like the spices flavors too, Bonnie. Yeah, thanks for buying. They're really darn good spices. I don't think, right? That's the thing though, like once you taste it, it's hard to go back to other brands, but holy hell, if you're not used to buying $8 or $9 of spices in one jar, the sticker shock. I mean, it's not a shock, it's just the sticker. The sticker is hard to swallow. Your brain stops in perimenopause. Memory is non-existent. I mean, brain fog and all lack of sleep, this is all long COVID stuff too. These are all long COVID symptoms too. Huh. I don't have rice, but I have bread. We can dip the bread into our gravy, or chowder, whatever you want to call it. Well, I'm out of action to show you, but if you want to stay and chat, you're more than welcome to. Writing for a food magazine, I don't think I can do media anymore. There is so much politics and agenda in media. It's not even about the work that you're doing, it's about who you're doing it for. Whether or not your boss is on the same page as you. And in media, there tends to be a lot of PR and ego play. It's all about angling and honestly propaganda for capitalism. Your job is so dependent on ad revenue. So just the mechanisms of how that business runs attracts a certain type of person, and I don't think I can work for like a conventional media outlet. And they wouldn't hire me. Irregular periods. I've always had that, although less so recently. Hot flashes. I think I experienced that for the first time in like 3 periods after I had mono. Boy, those were bad. They felt like hot flashes, but I don't know what hot flashes are, but they truly felt like my body was just burning up in a fever in a matter of like a minute. I was like, how is this so intense? And then it would disappear in like 15-25 minutes. Anxiety, depression, like who doesn't have these things? All things are edible, some things only once. Indeed, Jonathan. Hilarious. You're more old soul. Okay. Old soul versus new age. Yes. Bottom up way of thinking. Oh, interesting. What's an example of bottom up thinking? I feel like I read this before. But I think this manifests in just how many questions I ask. I've become super conscious of the fact that when I start a new job, I like have endless questions to ask for the first 3 months. And I know I'm just tiring other people out, but I also know that if I don't get answers to these things, I don't know how to proceed confidently. Or even semi-confidently. I would just be like bullshitting, and I would rather not start off on that foundation of bullshitting at a new job. So I would rather ask more questions. Talk to my autistic friends, they're like, if we get along, chances of you being autistic, high. And I was like, okay. Great. So yeah, if you folks are all neurodivergent and you're like, I get June, I agree with what she's saying. I mean, chances of me being neurodivergent, I think is high. And I'm glad that I finally understand why it is that some people are like, yo, you're so right. And some people are like, huh? Why are you so sad? Why are you so dark? Why are you this way, June? Why do you do things in such a difficult, you don't have to do things in such a difficult way. But now I've discovered that like we have different brains. We just have different brains. Would you ever do a small cooking workshop? Not for, I wouldn't rely on it for money though. Like, I don't actually have cooking technique. I just have like cooking tips. I also don't have recipes that guarantee you making the most delicious meal ever. So like, I don't really have a selling point. The selling point would just be hang out with this weirdo who likes to experiment with food. And maybe you get to have fun and ask me questions and we can just like play friends as we cook along to something. I don't know. But I don't see that as being like a sustainable thing unless I build up a really rich clientele or a massive audience of normal income people. So again, it's just like there's a lot of things I would do that I would enjoy. But can I make a living and make money off of it? Uncertain. Yeah, the job market is also real shit right now. I would never work for a nonprofit. Because they're not nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? I would never work for a philanthropy organization. I don't watch It's Always Sunny, but there's one scene that that show has so many moments that I've seen where it gets at the heart of things, and because it's served in this comedic satire sitcom context, people just laugh at it. But Charlie goes on a date and he's late and sweaty and all of that, and his date asks him what he does, and he wants to say, I'm a philanthropist. But I guess he's so dumb that he doesn't know how to say that word properly, and maybe he's flustered, so he says, I'm a full-on rapist. And I think that describes the heart and the soul of what philanthropy grows out of. You have to first rape and pillage people and exploit them in order to gain and amass that much wealth that you can then give it back to the communities that you took it from and come back as the good guy. It's exactly what the US did by supplying Israel with money and weapons to bomb the shit out of Palestine and Gaza, and then say, oh, we're gonna give them aid. Yeah, what aid? You think monkfish are cute? I adore that. Yes, make monkfish cute again. It's all in your head. I used to love diet sodas when I was in middle school, and I grew addicted to seltzer. But all of the sparkling beverages wear down on my enamel, and I also have so little enamel on my teeth, so I don't really drink them anymore. They're like a special treat. I think I drink alcohol, like sips of alcohol, more often than I drink sparkling stuff. Yeah, customer service is so stressful right now, and they do just want to take their anger out on someone. And I unfortunately have done it too. After my mom died, I did it to a lot of people at Spectrum and Chase, but because they work for such shit companies, I do feel sad. But some of them were I don't know, one of them had a tude. And I'm just like, you work in the estates operation at Chase. They don't train you for this shit? But yeah, I wasn't the best person on those calls. But also, fuck Chase. Please don't put your money with Chase. If you put your money anywhere, not with Chase, not with JP Morgan, they fucking suck. The wait time for their customer service is one of the best ever, but their policies are not for the everyman. If you're not wealthy, they don't give a shit about you. I haven't been trying the primrose oil yet. My periods for the past 2 cycles have been okay and manageable, so I'm just gonna see how long that rides out for. I'm already on so many supplements. Speaking of which, I should take my supplements. So I just don't want to add one more pill to that collection, just to not overwhelm my system. I also just realized that it's allergy season, so maybe my sneezing and sniffling is not a flu, but just allergies. Who knows anymore? I mean, I'm glad you quit diet soda. It's not, that shit is not good for you. There was an article about how, you know how Ozempic cuts down on people's appetite? So apparently junk food sales are down due to the elevated use of Ozempic because people don't have an appetite anymore, so they get to choose their foods more wisely for their health. And apparently flavor companies behind all of these snack conglomerates are trying to work out formulas for food in terms of both flavor and ingredient and texture, I guess, to kind of bypass whatever it is that Ozempic kind of cuts off, which is so dangerous because they want to keep selling these unhealthy snacks. They're finding out a way to make these snacks more addictive that even bypasses the mechanisms of Ozempic, which means that like people who legitimately need to be on Ozempic for an actual medical condition might suffer now too. Like, just so fucked up, guys. Everything's kind of fucked up. We just keep creating more, which is why I'm like, we need to create less. We need to stop creating. Period. Intrusive thoughts. Is that a perimenopause symptom too? Because I've been having an intense chain of intrusive thoughts when I get high these days. I don't know. It's never happened to me like this before, but happens almost 9 out of 10 times now every time I get high. I mean, literally, what would I be teaching in those classes that I haven't already shown through Budget Eats and my live streams? Like, no cooking class I ever conduct will have anything new. I feel like I've given the people everything I have, which is great. That means I have no more words for y'all. All right, we're gonna dip this in this. Is that a cat hair? Memo. You become a cat when you have a cat. That is so good. I just dribbled. That's really good. That's a really good sauce. Okay, I'm really glad I tried out that can. Might have to buy it again. Saucy sauce. So, don't think that just because Trump is president, everything's fucked. Who knows? I was joking yesterday. I was like, maybe Trump will make America great again because of all the stupid shit he's doing. If there's anyone who can spurn on a renaissance of democracy, it would be Trump, right? Like, if there's anyone to anger us to be like, yo, we need to like do shit again, it would be Trump, right? So maybe he is making America great again. And if Trump being president doesn't inspire us to move, then I don't think anyone will, really, short of like turning on a civil war. So I think Trump will show just how democratic the US can be. And, you know, if we can't mobilize, then that's the democracy that we have. And there is no one to blame. You can't blame Trump. Blaming Trump is like handing over all of your power to the government, which by doing that shows that we're not a democracy. You will prove yourself totally fallible by saying, well, because he's here, he's gonna fuck up everything. Okay, he's one man. You're telling me one man can fuck up a democracy? Then what kind of democracy did you start with? Did you have a democracy to start with? I think we need to taste this. I think we need to taste it. So excited. What a treat. Ooh, smoky. I wonder if that's the leftover charring from our burned episode. What was the can? Everything's backwards. But it's minced crab and spices. And it's a product of Thailand. And this is what it looks like. It has onion, water, garlic, crab meat, 10%, peanut, soybean oil, lemongrass, chili, sugar, modified cornstarch, MSG, salt, and paprika color. It's basically like a curry mix. Yeah, I love the graphics too, the colors. Pretty fantastic. Jesus, 400 or 500 calories a day? Damn. Okay, so that's how people are dropping weight so fast. Holy shit. Okay, so the thing about using the Instant Pot, I will tell you pros and cons, okay? Woo! Because we use two different methods, I can tell you pros and cons. The con, because I'm always a bad news first person, is that the kind of tender, clustery, meaty texture is like sapped a little bit drier. The texture tastes a little bit more like slow cooked pulled pork now. It's like a little bit more fibrous and stringy and more crab meaty than lobster meaty. That's a texture trade-off. However, let's test it with this whole thing is bone. Because it's been pressure cooked and because the bones were already kind of soft to begin with, I think these bones are fully chewable now. Yep. Soft. Totally chewable. So the chances of you like choking on a bone is much lower if you don't spit it out. Ooh, but it's spicy. All right, folks. I am going to end the live. But maybe we can see if Memo's open to saying hi. Are you here, baby? Hi. Hi. Hi, baby. Meow. Meow. You want to come here? Hi. You want to say hi to the people? Yeah, I know. I love you too. Yeah, I know. How you feeling today? So cute. So lovely. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Loaf mode. Hi. Want a little butt scratch? Yeah. Hi, baby. I know. I love you too. I made some delicious fish, but I seasoned them. You want to smell some later? Don't know if you would be into it. Yeah. Okay. Hi. So if I had to say which of the fish I liked more, it was definitely the crab paste one. Yeah, Memo, would you agree? The gochujang is a little too smoky and spicy and dark. And the fish texture was just not there. Yummy. Yeah, what you eating? Friskies? Yeah. Bye, Malaysia. Yeah, we have a lot of churros. He actually stopped eating them, which is why I stopped giving them to him, because he goes through phases. So after like 5 failed tube offerings, I just stopped, because why keep wasting it? Yesterday I offered him beef baby food, leftover from the first time I offered it to him. I ended up eating half the jar, and he ended up eating the portion I gave him 24 hours later. He ate it today. I gave it to him yesterday. I also offered him sardines. He hasn't touched it yet. I'm gonna leave it out until midnight, I guess, and then throw it out. Yeah, most cats go crazy for the churros. Memo is a tricky guy. He's a tricky guy. You're a tricky guy. Yeah. He just likes trash. He does like his food aged. He's got such advanced taste buds, too. So. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi. Shall I bring you some fish? Do you want to try some fish? Oh, I've been eating all the sardines and tuna he doesn't finish. Hi, baby. You're so cuddly today. I'm gonna see if you want some fish. Wanna try? Wanna sniff it? It's fish. Okay. He'll eat all the fucking junk food, but not my cooking. All right, guys. I hope you have a great week ahead. Thank you so much for joining me for so long, and please take care of yourself. See ya.